is that most of the few professionals working in the area of oil and gas are trained in other continents like Europe, America, and Asia. Well, we have brought the objectives of ACE2 project in general. Well, not because it's new, because we just wanted to show here that in the design of this center, the objectives were all derived from these PDOs. So these are the PDOs of the ACE project. And from here, we derived the general objective of the center. I can see that probably I should need to read it. So here we have the project development objectives, PDOs of ACE2. One of them is create institutional capacity. This included provide quality postgraduate education with relevance to the job market, and also carry out quality and relevant applied research to face the challenges of regional development. The second one was develop or increase partnerships with other academic institutions, national, regional, and international, to consolidate academic excellence. And this also included partnerships with industry and private sector to generate impact. The third objective was train based on programs, helping other higher education institutions to improve their quality. The fourth one was improve the institution's governance and management practices to assume the role of a model for other higher education institutions. And number five was disseminate knowledge and practice. Can we move to the next slide, please? Next slide. Sorry. 3, yes. So as I was saying, these are the ACE objectives that we brought here just to show how the center was organized in terms of what the center was expected to do. It had to be aligned with the overall objectives of the ACE project. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. So these are the objectives that were underpinned in the creation and development of this center. So we have one general objective which had to be matched with the overall PDOs of the ACE project. So here in our general objective, we had to be a training center of excellence and reference at national, regional, and international levels in oil and gas engineering that assists the country and the region to fulfill the gap in building skills in the field of oil and gas. So the idea was that the general objective plus the specific objectives of the oil and gas center should be aligned with the overall PDOs of the ACE project. And then we had some specific objectives. Support the training of engineers, geologists, and safety and environmental engineers. at master's and PhD levels in the field of oil and gas. Strengthen research capacity, develop competent and referential R&D, disseminate and share its results for the benefit of the interested communities. Develop measures and undertake actions towards sustainability of the center's activities. Provide specialized, updated, and relevant training by means of short courses, winter schools, and seminars to professionals, particularly, and public in general. Support the development of curricula and seek for their accreditation. Secure equity and gender balance, as well as transparency, accountability, and fair sharing of resources and opportunities nationwide and in the region. And finally, secure monitoring and verification, as well as regular academic audit and evaluation procedures by relevant authorities within and outside the center and university. So these were our specific objectives. Now, these objectives, well, it's true that in the country, we have oil and gas. So the objectives also had to be aligned with the natural gas master plan in Mozambique. So this center is aligned with the country's plan in the area of gas. And also the center is at continental level. The center is aligned with the AFEX program on oil and gas, which is an African organization. And at the international level, it is also aligned with the agenda for sustainable development, more strictly to goal number 7, which is access to affordable and clean energy. So in terms of alignment, we had to work it that way. And what were the expected outcomes of this project when we submitted it? The idea was that during the lifetime of the project, the center intended to do a number of things here. For example, we intended to train 150 to 200 masters in petroleum engineering, hydrocarbons processing engineering, as well as oil and gas related geology and safety and environmental engineering. We also intended to enroll 8 to 12 PhD students in the aforementioned fields of knowledge, train 180 to 200 professionals through short courses, and secure at least 20 to 30% gender issues, including regional students in the academic programs. This is what we planned to achieve throughout the life of the project. Now, what are the achievements we have had so far? So far, in the area of supporting teaching, development of master's and PhD programs, short courses, and enrollments of national and regional students, equity, student support, exchange programs, and mobility, we have managed to create 6 master's programs. We have given strong support. We have managed to convince and have support from multinational companies on oil and gas. We have examples of NORAD, and we have some foreign universities that are working with the center, and we will show this later on. 30 master's regional students enrolled, and such students have already graduated. And we have had our first group of PhD students supported who are enrolled in our PhD program. Talking about development and support of master's program, you can see some numbers in here, the master's programs. Now, something is quite interesting here, because what has happened with the center is that before the center came into existence, the university had some master's programs that were very close to what the objectives of the centers were. So what they did was modify such master's programs so that they can fit the needs of the center and the purposes for which the center was built. And also, there was a design of new programs that were directly related with the center. So we had these master's programs with the number of students enrolled, and also the ones who have graduated so far. We have them here on the list. This is continuation of such master's programs. And you can see that there are two master's programs that are designed to start like from next year. So we have two of those, masters in fire and buildings, masters in sustainable mining. There are two programs that are due to start in 2024. And you can also see on the column on the left, collaboration from industry and other institutions, other universities in the region or in the world. Some are American, some are European. These are PhD programs, and one is PhD in Science and Technology of Energy, and the other one is PhD in Science and Technology in Hydrocarbons. This one is due to start in 2024. So here we have a list of short courses that were designed. For example, we have the short course on drilling and operation control, geology, and this was offered in 2021 with 30 participants. Geology in petroleum, geology of petroleum, was this year. Local content for oil and gas industry, again, this one was 2 year with 55 participants. And we have institutions that cooperated with the center in order to get the courses running. International General Certificate in Occupational Health and Safety. This is for next year. International Certificate in Safety in Petroleum Operations. This was in 2022 with 16 participants. And you can see that this resulted from a memorandum of understanding with a Ugandan company to deliver in Mozambique. We also have equity and student support. So here we have a number of regional scholarships that are offered. For example, 33 regional scholarships already awarded, of which 30 are master's scholarships and 3 are PhD scholarships. We also have 4 regional PhD scholarships to be awarded in 2024. At national level, we have 34 national scholarships already awarded. 30 are masters and 4 are PhD. And we have 16 national PhD scholarships to be awarded in 2024. I'm sorry about the maybe if I speak slowly, you should be able to follow me. We also have exchange programs, staff, student, researchers, and lecturers. So in 2023, we had this exchange program with 20 scholarships for regional and national exchange were conducted. And we have 20 planned for next year. Now, in terms of mobility, we could say that the center has contributed a lot in this area of mobility in the whole university, because we have students moving on from countries in the region, enrolling in our programs, and we also have students going to other countries. So far, the center has contributed with 13.5% of the overall mobility within the university. In terms of research, extension development, collaborative activities, and research capacity and quality, we can say we have had so far 15 publications co-authored by researchers, teachers, and students from national, regional, and international academic partner institutions. We're also running a project called Strengthening Collaboration between Eduardo Mondlane University and the hydrocarbon extractive industry. This project is funded by the World Bank, and it's running. And we also have conducted workshop on solid waste management in coastal areas, the case of Pemba. So this is a project. And a third project is on energy capacity building project from AFREC, which is an African Union Commission for Energy. So far, this is what we go through in research. But we also have research and extension, a feasibility study for businesses in the LNG, liquefied natural gas, transport and logistics. This project is a consulting services for the Railway Mozambique company, leading to the launching of logistics of CFM Logistics, which is a company that was recently approved by the government. There are 10 research and extension projects to be funded. They are ready, and the center is still looking for sponsorship for these projects. There's also a project called Environmental Assessment of Maputo Water Waste Treatment, which is some kind of a consulting service as well. And there was the organization of 2 oil and gas symposium. One was in 2021, and the other one was in 2023. In terms of research capacity and quality assessment, the center has been able to recruit 2 researchers, and the 2 researchers are undergoing academic training. One of them is doing PhD. They are also doing TOT training for simulator drilling Sim5. The center has the drill, but the center didn't have personnel who knew how to manage the simulator. So these 2 are being trained so that they can pass on this knowledge to others. Now, in terms of facilities, well, it's true that the center does not yet have its own facilities, but it's using facilities from other faculties. Sorry, can you move to, yes, right there. The center is using facilities, for example, from the Faculty of Engineering and Department of Geology of the Faculty of Science. They use the facilities that are in there to do the activities of the center. And the center has been pushing for simulation labs for geological and reservoir characterization, and also as a way of overcoming difficulties for access to oil and gas fields, like drilling, production, storage, transportation, and processing. The Faculty of Science, Department of Geology, and Department of Chemistry, and the Faculty of Engineering have been receiving new equipment and installing new labs, which are going to enhance the research and teaching capabilities of the oil and center and other disciplines. So even though we don't have facilities that belong to the center, the university is open to let the center use the facilities that are within the faculties in the university. So you can see here pictures of some of the courses. Next slide, please. No way. So I wanted to show some pictures of people in the courses. So there's no possibility. I was talking about the simulator. So I wanted to show the room. Yes, there. You can see the Drill 5 simulator room that we were talking about. Next slide, please. The center has also busy with accreditation and benchmarking and ranking. We have national accreditation. The center has accredited 4 master's programs, and we still have 2 programs to be accredited. One of them is Masters in Oil and Gas Economics and Management, and the PhD that is going to start next year. Next slide. The university has also been doing some benchmarking and in the center. And in 2020, the benchmarking was positive. It was successful in 2020. And the activities of the center were very important for the university to achieve this. And also, the ranking of the university, the recent ranking, the university came as the 27th position due to the activities of the center. Now, next slide, please. Here we have brought some of the factors that impacted on the implementation, because this center started quite long ago, right? One of them is the center started with no staff and no facilities. The other issue is related with the complexity of the oil and gas area. One other factor is a linguistic factor for collaboration issues. For example, here in Southern Africa, it's quite hard for us to collaborate with other universities or institutions due to linguistic issues. And this center started only having PhD programs recently. So we didn't have PhD programs when we started. And the PhD students are very, very important for disbursement issues for DL. Now, in terms of a short summary of what we have presented here as achievements, we have said that there has been an increasing support to master's and PhD curriculum development and implementation due to the presence of the center. There has been an increase in enrollment. There have been more than 700 students enrolled in the programs instead of the 200 programs that we had first promised to do. Now we have our first 7 regional and national students in the existing PhD program, targeting energy transition topics. We have also said that marking. Now, in terms of lessons that we have learned from here, we can say that sustainability is like a backbone for these centers, because we have witnessed, not only here, but in many parts of Africa, programs that start with some funding, and when the funding is finished, the program also stops. So there has been quite a lot being done in the area of sustainability. For example, the management of the university where the centers are located, it has included the structure of the oil and gas center, as well as the other center, into the structure of the university, which means the directors of the centers, they are nominated by the rector. and they have a position equivalent to the position of a dean of faculty. This was a great achievement because things like salaries, maintenance of the space where the center is working, water bill, electricity bill, they are all covered by the university, including the salaries of the working in the center. We recognize that the center still requires, it still needs proper infrastructure, and we still need to develop the human capacity there. For example, we are talking about having an own building that is called Center for Oil and Gas. We are talking about increasing the human capacity. The people who work for the center, we still need to have many more people. We are conscious that we still need to do more for that, because some of the activities of the center, for example, the mobility of regional students, from the other countries to Mozambique, and from Mozambique to other countries, it needs financial resources, and it's a big burden. So we still need to mobilize more. We need to do more on networking with other academic institutions. We need to collaborate more with public and private sector. So we still need to find ways for further funding opportunities, so that when we come to the end of the project, we are not only limited to sustainability in terms of payment of human resources, but we need to make sure that the research and the academic activities keep running. Thank you very much.
Right. First, I think we need to do something about this presentation business. You cannot have 100 people sitting in a room. Move that over here. Yeah, and close that one. I think, is it because of live streaming that this is causing it? Well, in that case, honestly, I think instead of making 100 people suffer for the benefit of 10 people online, you better reverse they have to accept that we can't do live streaming. I think tomorrow we need to look at it, because you can't follow. You just can't follow. It's blurred, and I can follow half of it. And it's unfortunate because he's taken trouble to present his presentation. You were not looking at the time. Your projection was not a... Yes. No, it's yeah. Well, if they project from there, they can't live stream. They're trying to live stream. That's what I said. You have to decide whether to live stream or not to live stream. I have no idea. Anyway, I think technology, whoever is responsible, I think we need to do something, because we're wasting time for nothing. It's an important session. Tomorrow we have even important sessions, and we can't be having presentations. I hope so. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take some questions on the presentation which Ricardo was a very, very interesting one. Very interesting from point of view is a unique center. Gas and oil, which is unique for Africa, important for Africa, and yet it's faced many, many challenges. So it's something we need to reflect about and something to think about. As chair, if I could ask my question first, if you don't mind. You mentioned, Carlos, you mentioned about the master plan for oil and gas in Mozambique. Has there been a forecast of how many masters and PhDs would be required in future? Because I think there are only 6 countries in Africa which has the reserve capacity. That's 3 are in North Africa, 3 in Sub-Saharan, Mozambique, Nigeria, and probably Angola. I can't remember. I think it's Angola. So we need, before we go into PhDs and masters, we need to know what's the requirement of industry. How many do they need? It's different from agriculture. It's different from health, from other areas where there's huge demand for them. But for oil and gas, a bit of a restriction in how many can be produced. So it would be interesting to have your views, if you've seen the master plan, to know what is the requirement for at least for Mozambique, if not for Africa. Okay, that's my one question. Just hold it on. I'll open it up to see if we have other questions. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Sorry, yes, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Anke Weisheit. I'm Chair Innovation and Business Management of Pharmaceutical Biotechnology and Traditional Medicine Center. My question is more for a reader about oil. One, there is a technology called fracking. Fracking. You use hot chemicals under high pressure to loosen more gas you want to extract. This one has a high environmental impact. Do you practice this? Number one. Number two, I have seen a mobile oil rig in terms of using a bark. You have also a fixed oil rig, offshore or onshore. Thank you.
Okay, on from Moses, and then you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, first of all, Moses Osiru is my name, senior education specialist, bank based in Kampala, in Uganda. Thank you for the presentation. I'm following up on the, I guess the questions are slightly connected. Let me start by saying that you talked about having few publications being possible. And I wanted to ask what you are trying to communicate with that statement, whether it is that you were not able to publish, there's not enough new discoveries possible in the field, or is it something related to the partnership with the private sector and they're not able to share their research results and therefore your team could not publish as much? So a bit about that would be interesting. The second is, I think, aligning to this issue of where your graduates go and the capacity of the sector to absorb PhD graduates. I wanted to understand a bit better. Do you have any tracer studies or anything? I know you only talked about PhDs that are coming. You also omitted the results of the graduation. On the table you left out that column on graduates. So it wasn't clear to me whether you had actually graduated PhDs or it was only masters, because you talked about 9 cohorts, but you didn't tell us where those 9 cohorts had gone. So if you could say, but my interest is really finding out how this partnership with the private sector can be built on, what role can they play in training, and particularly related to the last question on sustainability. Is there something you can tell us about this program in the future and what role the private sector might play?
Right. I think it's quite a handful of questions. I will leave you to answer. And then if there are more questions, we'll take it from the floor again.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. There were 3 interventions, one from the chair. If I understood this correctly, you wanted to know more about the Mozambican master plan for gas, what it is, what it involves. Am I right? Yes, Chair. Okay, yes. And the second question was about the use of hot chemicals for the environmental impact from Anchor. And the third one is from Moses, field publication. Well, the master plan for gas, it's not really academic. It's more political, if you like. It's more like now that we find gas on our, in the subsoil, what steps must we take? So it says things like we need to train people. Yeah. It doesn't say how many. We need to train people, we need to build capacity, and we need to find funding. Things general like this. But then when we were looking at the purposes of the objectives of the center, then the center is saying specifically, we need to train people in this area, and in that area. So the master plan is not really saying we need X number of masters or X number of PhDs. It just says build the capacity. And this is the reason, as I was saying, that we are aligning this plan, the need to build capacity, to what the center can actually do physically in terms of how many people we're training, what we need to give to the center. And of course, the master plan helps the universities take measures. For example, for Eduardo Mondlane University, it was very helpful to know that there is this master plan for oil and gas. When the center came, so the university could see that, this helps this. So it somehow speeded up processes. For example, the first group of sustainability actions that were taken by the university, we could explain using such policies. So it doesn't say X number, not really. Now, the second question is very technical from Anchor, right? Hot chemicals, environmental impact. Before we can do anything, there are environmental studies that are conducted. And anything that is done, it has to respect the results from the environmental studies. So we have projects that were to start in places that they never did, because the environmental studies said this will definitely harm the environment. But of course, we can find some issues in there. But it's obligatory to carry out an environmental study before you start the overall process. But of course, I understand the push that can exist in there. Yeah. publications. Yes. I'm so sorry that I might not have, I couldn't make this so clearer, but at some stage I was trying to say that this center has started with a weakness because the way PhD students publish is very different from the way master's students publish. If you have 50 PhD students and you have 50 masters or 100 masters, they don't compare because in our programs, it's kind of obligatory for PhD students to be publishing from period to period. So we end up having more publications when we have PhD students rather than when we have master's students. But we do have them publishing, but not with the speed with which PhD students would be publishing. Now, I'll show you this the table where we have, sorry, it's just that the one I gave to him is empty, but this one here is filled in. I'm sorry for that. But what I had here is like, for example, masters in petroleum and engineering. Enrolled ones, 243. And graduated so far, 41. And masters in hydrocarbon processing engineering. Enrolled 134 and already graduated 30. Masters in health, safety, and environment, 70 enrolled. He doesn't have it there, but I have it here. Enrolled in health, safety, and environment, 70. Graduated 40. And masters in oil and gas economics and management, enrolled 329. Graduated so far 25. So we have the numbers, but it's just that he didn't have it in that one there. Now, you also asked me a question about what is the future of these centers. And I said at the beginning that sustainability is a key issue here. We really need to make sure that the activities keep moving. We are trying to create a context in which the state takes charge of the activities of the center. Not really charge in inverted commas. I'm saying that the state needs to be capable of covering the bills of the center. And one of the first things we did was make sure the personnel working in the center, they are part of the university, part of the state. So the director of the center is a state employee allocated to the center, allocated to the university. And the building where they work, the maintenance, water, electricity, the bills, they are paid by the state. This was a first step. However, we still feel that this is not enough because some of the activities of the center, they are quite expensive. For example, bringing in students from other countries to stay here, taking Mozambican students to go to other countries, even if it's for a short period of time. This is heavy budget. So we need to find more resources. This is where I said that we really need to empower the partnerships so that we can all work together and create an environment where the bill can be divided or facilitated. For example, some of these master's programs I have said here, for example, and also the projects, they are co-funded. There is a partner co-funding and one or more partners co-funding. There are master's programs that are designed in collaboration with the industry. And we expect the industry to be helping in those programs. So some of the activities are quite expensive and really require empowering the partners. For instance, it would be wonderful for us to have students at the University of Zimbabwe, and the University of Zimbabwe is capable of receiving them and maintaining them there. And we also have students from Zimbabwe here. We may maintain them here. It's something we need to think about.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for your answers. Any more queries, questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. And thanks very much to the presenter. I'm Professor Mbale from Copperbelt University, Zambia, and the Copperbelt University Africa Center of Excellence. Prof, in the morning I asked a question. I think maybe I didn't put it properly. Maybe to the current presenter, even the previous presenters, they can answer. I remember in the morning, Ethiopia presented Malawi and another country. Now, the presenter, one of your slides, that was 5.2, where you discussed the issue of it was further funding opportunities. Yes. And also, you had emphasis on sustainability, which even the other presenters in morning emphasized. Now, my question might not be answered by you alone, even other countries, sorry. Now, I do understand that when it comes to sustainability, depending on centers, it can be in 3 tiers. Tier 1 is a government. Tier 2 is the institution. Tier 3 is the center. Now, my question is this. For these five years, in the effort to achieve sustainability, are you able to tell me, even in other countries, that in the effort, we tried to raise $200,000 US for sustainability so that we put it aside, such that when World Bank is no longer supporting us, then we can go back to our 200,000, which we raised during sustainability in order to sustain our programs. That's what it was supposed to be my question in the morning, only that only one country had presented by that time. Now, when I saw that each country dwelt much on sustainability, but I couldn't see them saying that under this sustainability, we raised so much, $200,000 US, just for sustainability purposes. And this $200,000, when World Bank will no longer support us, then using this money, supporting the postgraduate student here, their stipend, this and that, scholarship and so forth. I've never heard about that. All the 3-4 countries which I've presented. I think that's my concern, my question, Prof.
I think it's a broad question, but we'll try to answer it. Any other queries and questions? No? Okay. Can you have a go at that question? Easy.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor, for the question. Yeah, in fact, sustainability is a big challenge, very big challenge. And if we don't tackle this issue properly, the centers will face serious problems. For our oil and gas center, we have managed to have some sort of financial support. We have. I don't have the numbers, but maybe some colleagues there my colleagues will help me. But we have had support from Sasol, yeah, financial support. We have had support from Norway, financial support. We have had from Anadarko, Sasol. We have had companies supporting the center financially. But I don't know if it's just for our center. The other thing that we have been doing is like doing consulting work. This consulting work, it has also brought cash to the center. So, in my opinion, future funding and sustainability must be worked on daily basis and create many different roads or roads where the centers can get money other than the money that comes from the government. What we have seen so far is that governments they're fine with paying salaries and paying water and electricity bill. They're fine with that. But when you say, let's go and solve X problem of oil and gas in X area, we have this research project, you know, they tend to behave differently. So we need to find a multifaceted kind of support, including using the center as a service provider. So I think we can all pull our ideas together and see how we can make these centers become more sustainable and carry on with the present activities and increase other activities that will be necessary when contexts change. Thank you.
Right. Was it Ben? Did we have any question online? Ben was supposed to collect them and see whether we can ask. I thought that was the idea. When we finish the presentation, we'll get a few questions online. Wasn't that what I understood? That there would be questions after during this presentation where he will tell us what the questions are, or even in the chat. No? But he could copy. You could copy from the chat and ask the questions. Yeah, just check before I close the session. There was one issue mentioned that I think cuts across most of the X's. And this is about international accreditation. I think most of you are struggling with international accreditation. It's a requirement of the World Bank for reason that national accreditation, there is no, that was the reason given, no regional accreditation, and therefore you need to have international accreditation. But there is now regional accreditation for masters and PhD. It can be done. It can be done through the Inter-University Council for East Africa. The Deputy Executive Secretary is here. You can talk to him if you want. Or I don't know whether you want to say anything on this about the regional accreditation program. It's relatively new, but it's operational, it's functional. And if we turn in Eastern and Southern Africa, we turn to our use. We can build up the capacity to do regional accreditation. If we can get regional accreditation at probably a quarter to a third of the price, I see no reason why we should go for international accreditation, because the process is exactly the same. They follow international process and procedures. So we need to trust our own institutions. To say anything, Professor? You want to say a few words about international regional accreditation of masters and PhD by IUCN?
Thank you, Professor Gulam. I think all heads of the centers are aware of regional accreditation program, isn't it? I think they were all trained in Nairobi sometime this year in May, after the program was officially launched. And already there are some centers who have submitted their programs for accreditation. I think some in Zambia, from Zambia, the Center of Excellence, Sokoine as well. So this is just to appeal. Yes, I could see the chart here that you don't have international or regional accreditation on your programs, but all centers are welcome. And it's very affordable process. I think it's a great value for money, especially if you're coming from the region, but even if you're coming outside the region of ESC, it's still not a very expensive process. So for those who are still, or they will still need to approve or to accredit their programs, you are all welcome. But Prof, they are all aware of it. They were trained and the capacity was built. But maybe there's a question there. Yes. Yes, before, yeah.
Before you, sorry. I want Zambia to say something about their experience on regional accreditation. If you don't mind, Professor Mwanza. Or Nelly.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. For the Center of Excellence for Sustainable Mining, we've already started our journey for regional accreditation with IUCN. We did the application in October, and we've gone through the first 3 stages. So we submitted 2 programs. The 2 programs passed the initial review. Then it went to the expert panel. One of them is still under review. The other one passed the expert review. So during the last week, we had a site visit, which took about 4 days. So we had the experts coming through. They did their inspections, and they are now finalizing the report. We expect to have a decision, I think, by the 15th of December. So it's been a fast process. I think it's the one that is going to help us, because we should be able to achieve accreditation. I think from the time we started, within 4 or 5 months, if all goes well, we'll have the accreditation. Thank you.
There was a hand raised at the back. Before I give it to you, just let me, there was a comment made. I think it's important it's all related to accreditation. I heard once that the national accreditation is easier. And that was an argument. It was mentioned in Carlos's slide 1 somewhere. I think you need to really look at this game of global ranking. Even well-established universities in America, in Europe, are backing out of them. It's a waste of time, effort, money, and especially for developing countries, completely irrelevant. So my advice, and it is my personal advice, I'm not saying this is charitable, don't if it comes, if it doesn't come, it doesn't matter. Because it's a complete waste of time for African universities. Go for quality, go for accreditation, yes, certainly, but not global ranking, as we know. This intervention, mention it, and this is a personal view. But you can Google, check what is happening in the world, in the academic world about ranking. Read the recent article of University World News, where leading academicians are saying global ranking is wrong. This is not the way to go. Right, your question now.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is just a comment. If I have followed well, I have seen that most of the accreditations, most of the curricula that were developed, they were developed together with other institutions. And most of these institutions are well-known institutions within Europe and outside Europe. Now, according to the requirements of World Bank for international accreditation, one of them is that if you develop a curriculum with an internationally known university at the rank, global rank of 750, automatically that qualifies to be international accreditation. So I'm wondering whether they have tried to check out if the universities with which they worked to accredit those programs are not within that range, 750, the global ranking. If they are, then already that is international accreditation. Thank you.
Thank you. Followed nicely of what I said about international accreditation. Several of these universities are already backing out from international ranking. So I think, I don't know whether it's worth checking or not. I should make it clear that I don't agree. Institutions which are completely different, nothing to do with. Right. This was a comment. It wasn't. So, oh, yeah, that's probably the last one.
Yes.
And then we'll see if we have any.
Yeah.
any
So
question?
just to add on the regional accreditation, maybe this is information. Makerere University has already written formally to IEC to request for support to accredit 2 programs in plant breeding at regional accreditation. So we have started the process. Staff from IEC have already met with us and gone through the processes. So we expect to do that and complete the process and get accredited at regional.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I think that's useful again, because don't forget, the international accreditation lasts only 5 years, usually. Yes, I've seen your hand, I'm coming in. After 5 years, you've got to do it again if it's going to have validity. And you've got to look for another 30 to 50,000 US dollars to be able to do it. Whereas when you do it regionally, you build capacity. You build capacity in your own institution and in the regional institution. Both, it's a win-win situation. And I'm sure if you make a case to the World Bank that do accept regional accreditation, after all, the whole process was designed internationally. It wasn't done just by IUCA. It was a procedure that you used, training that was held according to international norms. So I see no reason why the regional accreditation should not be accepted. It's from you. Can someone give her at the back there, the lady? At the back. I think that would be the last question.
Martin Simonza from the
Oh, I had, okay, never mind. Never mind.
from Saida in Zambia. So we did our in Zambia, since you asked about Zambia. So we did our international accreditation with an organization called ASEN in German. It's a European accrediting agency. So initially last year, at the beginning of last year, we did a self-assessment, which we submitted to the accrediting agents. And then we had a period of communicating with them. And then earlier this year in March, they came for a site visit. And then after that, after 2 months, the board met and they gave us, I think that it's valid accreditation for the two programs, valid for 1 year. So there are conditions which we have to meet. So most of the things is nothing to do with the part of the program. It's university administrative processes mostly. So we are now engaging the administration to make sure that by June next year, we'll have resolved most of those issues, and then we'll get the accreditation for the next 4 years. Thank you.
Yeah, you had a question, madam? You had a question? You had a question? Yeah, I saw your hand up. No? Where's the mic to run around? Oh, there. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mine is an observation. It is well known that IUCA has started doing accreditation, and it has been a very big effort inviting us for these workshops where quality is talked about and all this. I think it is important for IUCA to be given a slot of 5 minutes to talk about accreditation in this meeting, since it is the only regional body to accredit. We failed in S2, regional accreditation failed because there was no body to accredit. I think IUCA should be given 5 minutes to talk about it. The second question is about the global standard matrix. It's IUCA that is hosting the regional facilitation unit. And it is in the interest of IUCA to see that these projects succeed and accreditation takes long. Globally, won't it be seen as conflict of interest if IUCA is the one running the project and it is the one accrediting this project, these courses? I don't know, because it is the same unit that is running the project and wants to see the successes of the project. And it will be the same institution to accredit in the global matrix. Is it okay? Or yes, thank you.
A point, except that, I mean, I can't on behalf of IUCA, but I see it and the way I know IUCA operate, completely separate unit, talk to each other at all. One has got a process, recruits people, and so on. But let IUCA reply if it wants to. I think it's a completely different setup, but so.
IUCA doesn't develop programs for the projects. Yeah, so, and in no way we are involved in the program development phase. And for programs to be accredited by IUCA, they must have been accredited by National Accreditation Body. right? So what we are looking at is a little bit higher bar compared to the next body. So we're not just that's one, but accreditation process is not only for Center of Excellence programs, for that matter. We have over 150 members in the region, and they can bring, and some of these have nothing to do with the Center of Excellences. So we are there for them. While we are also supporting them, building their capacity in various aspects of higher education, teaching and learning. We're looking at the quality of the program. One of the main activity we are doing is to ensure the quality of the programs provided the region is at higher standard, at international standard. And this is one of the ways to ensure that quality is being improved. So we're not doing it for money, actually, not at all. I mean, if you are in the region, it's very cheap. It's around $10,000. If you're outside the region, because the cost can be higher for people coming to the field, it's a little bit higher. So we're not doing it for money. We're doing it to ensure quality in particular. So while, yes, it might seem it's a conflict of interest, it's not. Because we're not looking for income out of it. Our role and our main objective is quality. As to whether we'll get 5 minutes presentation on accreditation program, Dr. Mbwambo will be able to help if that is possible, given the capacity of the people we have on the ground. But I believe it might be possible. 5 minutes presentation on accreditation program. He's asking whether it's possible. Yeah, during time, yeah. Yeah, it will be organized. It will be organized. 5 to 10 minutes maximum, so it's possible. Yeah, thank you.
I think it can easily be done. We've got a bit of time, more than 5-10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour can be devoted to the accreditation. But your point was very valid. You were talking about conflict of interest, basically. How can IUCA, which hosts the regional facilitator unit, also does the accreditation? As I explained from my knowledge, the two are different things altogether. And IUCA doesn't really interfere with the running of the ACEs. It's essentially the RFU in collaboration with the Regional Steering Committee and the National Steering Committee. Right, I need to bring this to an end, and I think we have a presentation by the World Bank. Am I right, Jonathan? They're coming online, is it? They're coming online. I don't know. My session ends here.
So please, can you clap for Professor Ghulam? And now we are crossing to another final session for today. We understand that we have challenges with the fiduciary, the other aspects of the World Bank compliances, including safeguards. And the World Bank is ready to respond to questions. And in the room here, we have Moses. Moses, can you introduce yourself? And if possible, say something about what you're going to do, responding to questions. There's also a presentation from Mero. She's online. So we are starting with that presentation, and then we will follow Q&A, and some colleagues from the World Bank are here for responding to questions. So Ben, where are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, Mero, please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am on a field mission, so in case you can't hear me, please let me know. My connection doesn't seem to be stable. So from the financial management point of view, we don't have a specific presentation to make, but throughout the implementation of the project, we have been following up the financial management performance of the project. Now that the closing date is approaching for some of the financiers, I'm here to an open discussion. If any of the centers have any questions on project closing aspects or any financial management related aspects, I'm available here to respond to your questions. No presentation from my side, but awaiting any questions and clarification points from the audience. Thank you.
So, Meron, maybe you can just restate what you indicated. I think members were not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I was saying there is no specific presentation from our side on financial management. We have been following up with the projects throughout its implementation on financial management issues. So we're here using this platform to make any clarifications, or if there are any questions from the participants on ACE project, on the financial management aspect, I'm here to clarify and provide any guidance required. You've heard me now?
Okay, thank you. So,
okay.
Hello, I hope you hear me. My name is Richard Edema from Makerere. I have one small question, and I guess it's part of this session. So we now have the roadmap to closure of phase 1, December 31st at midnight. We cease to exist. But January to April, there's a little grace period of just some things to tie things down, unfinished business of things that have already been approved before or by 31st. Now, unfortunately though, we've just gone through round 9 of verification, and that disbursement hasn't even hit the accounts. The question I have is April so fixed? Can it be June so that it allows us a little bit of wiggle to complete things that might not be done? For example, construction could be a problem now that, funds are yet to be got to us. You're going to take a little, some cases might need a little more time. Why just April?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Yasu from Addis Ababa University, South Africa. My question is, if ACES will not exhaustively use the money, would there be any possibility to use the money beyond? Not only to June, but even beyond. So long the money is out, because we have already involved students, and they need money, they have to finish their PhD thesis. They need money for this purpose. So is it possible just to extend the duration till the students complete their studies, or should it be expired? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Meron, maybe you can respond to the two.
Okay, thank you very much. These are very valid questions. So the first one, I just wanted to clarify that, as you rightly said, December 31st is the closing date of the project. That's the period where we incur all expenditure under the project. But then we do have the grace period of 4 months, whereby we document, the financial reports, we conduct audit reports, and if there are any payments that need to be made, they can still be made during that period. So if the question is, the grace period, can the grace period be extended? If that's the question, for activities which have already completed by December, if that's the question, the bank normally gives a grace period of 4 months only. And in exceptional cases, this grace period can be extended by 2 months. But the request needs to come from government, and the task team leaders would have to consult our disbursement officers on that possibility with a valid justification. However, it should be clearly noted that this period is only for making payments for activities which have already occurred before the closing date of the project. So if I understand correctly, verification, there is a verification that is to be done or has been done. So if, as long as that verification is completed, we still can pay during the grace period. But that doesn't mean, once the project closes, it doesn't mean you will completely stop your activities, because our understanding is that as long as we have the full expenditure reported under the program, and as long as the bank has paid for the results achieved, the remaining resources are the government's own resources. And so this one links to the second question as well. Once the project closes, it closes from our side. However, each AS will have to discuss with their Ministry of Finance or the signatory of the financing agreement to discuss on the way forward on how best to use those resources. But from the bank side, once the closing date is there, what we reconcile is the expenditure you have given us and the results that you have achieved and that we have paid for. So maybe the first colleague can clarify why you would need extension of the grace period. Is it just to receive payments for verification already done? Or because I felt like from the question you mentioned about some construction work which is going on, and that doesn't really align with the principles of the project or what you should do with the resources after closing date. So maybe a little bit clarification on that can help. Thank you.
No, Meron, I think you've answered my question very well, and I'm very happy.
Okay, thank you.
So we are taking some more rounds of questions.
Good afternoon. I just need some more clarity or be to bounce again. So what I'm not clear about is you indicated that by 31st December, activities should have been completed and verification should have been done. So is this for activities that are DLR related? And those are the ones that you'll give a 2-month grace period for under exception. Then the second question is, for the construction activities, do they also need to be completed by 1st December, or can these continue after 31st December? And can payments still be made for these activities after 31st December? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelly. Meron, Kumana is in the house and she wants to make some supplement.
Okay, that's good.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's good to meet once more. I should think some of you we met in Uganda. I should think as my FM colleagues come on, I just remind ourselves a few things discussed in line with the project closing procedures. The first issue is that no procurement contract should have an end date beyond the all contracts should end on or before 31st December 2023, because that's the project closing date. Then the second issue that most of the you had work contract. I was actually chatting with some of the colleagues from other institutions. We may recall that in Uganda, we did mention that for works contracts, still, it's only to the extent the contract has been delivered by the closing date or prior to the closing date. We need to close that contract to that level. Then we also talked about, we know that some of the works, the defect liability period will go beyond 31st December. And we did advise that you need to request contractors to furnish you with retention money guarantees to allow for release of the retention monies within a period of 4 months, which our FM colleagues are talking about. And also in terms of supervising any works which will arise during the defect liability period, since you have no money under the project, you need to make internal arrangements on how those works will be supervised during that period. Then we also need to ensure that all records are properly managed, because even if the project is closing on 31st December, according to the financing agreement, all procurement related documents under the project, they need to be kept 2 years beyond the project closing date. Meaning even after the project has closed, other audits can be undertaken. Then also to mention that there are assets whose audits are not conducted by the stream audit institutions in your countries. You have to ensure that if you are using a private auditor, the contract for the final audit is signed before 31st December. So we've got actually a lot of things which we need to do to ensure that the project close on a good note. In terms of the final audit, that's the only payment which will go slightly beyond, because that's the very final. But for the rest of the activities, we have to ensure that delivery occurs now or before 31st December 2023. In terms of disbursement and payments, I should think that's where my FM colleagues and the disbursement colleagues will elaborate more, especially for those monies which you have already earned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kumana. Meron, you may, guess you want to add something?
Yes, I would like to add something. Thank you for my colleague for those additional points. What I wanted to come up is we have many different ACEs, and the eligible expenditure under each of these ACEs is different. One is different from the other. So my recommendation to the teams is to closely work with your financial management specialists at the bank to get clarity on exactly what is required for your specific ACE. So what we're providing here is a general, principle and rule, but from ACE to ACE, some of these activities differ. For example, for some ACEs, the eligible expenditure is salary expenditure of the campus or the college or the university in which the ACEs are centered. So in those cases, all salary paid by December 31st, that's the eligible expenditure we take on as the project's expenditure. If under some of the ACEs, that eligible expenditure is construction or goods or other activities, as my colleague has been raising up, the principle still remains that by December 31st, all this expenditure should have been incurred. Yeah, so the grace period that we use for is not to complete the task which remains, but we use it to make payments for tasks which have already been delivered. We use it to prepare final financial statements and audit reports for the program. So the principle is for whatever eligible expenditure has been identified for the center.
Okay. Thank you, Meron. And do we, okay. Jude?
Thank you very much. Mine is a very short one. Normally, at the closure of projects, there is a document referred to as certificate of completion. I'm wondering whether that document will be available, and if it will, where shall we get it from and when? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jude. Okay, Yusuf.
Thank you very much. I see some confusion. When I say confusion, I mean in terms of how this project was designed. The confusion is the differences between this project, which is a research-based, and conventional projects. This project says you will achieve money after achieving A, B, C, D. For example, there is a part related to students' exchange. So if you do that, you'll get money, X dollars. The amount of money spent on achieving that X dollars is not important for the World Bank. They only want to see the results. Now you have achieved the money. You plan to spend it. And the expenditure can be a procurement of things, etc., depending on how the management of the institution or the center decides. Now we are hearing from the World Bank that you have to make sure no more contracts by the end of this year, meaning you cannot spend that money beyond December 31st. For my understanding, this is wrong, because we had this meeting online, I think, if not last year, and it was clear that the money you earn does not go back to the bank, because the way the project has been designed is different from the conventional projects. For the conventional projects where you give money to purchase something, you can really say you cannot purchase more than the deadline of the projects. So I think the World Bank need to make it very clear that contracts can be made because the money is there to spend, and the money is obtained after you achieve results. I've seen a center from Zambia. They are working on the regional accreditation. They can get that money on 24th of December. And you say you cannot spend that money. I think there is confusion on that. And it was actually elaborated last year in the term that the money you achieve does not go back to the bank. It means you plan to spend it, and it is part of the center sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof.
I
Meron,
am back now. Can I come in? I'm sorry, I was disconnected. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Meron.
Okay, I was disconnected, so let me pick up from what I was saying. So the key point we have to understand is what is the eligible expenditure for our center. As I said, all of the centers are different, and the eligible expenditure identified for each of the centers could be different. Some of the centers, for example, have salary expenditure as their eligible expenditure. So if a center, for example, has $5 million allocated to it under this project, although you achieve results, we still want expenditure of 5 million to be properly documented to us. And that expenditure, whether it is salary expenditure or other defined expenditure per the center, you need to achieve that expenditure by December 31st. So if it's salary, the salary should have been incurred by December 31st. If it's any contract of procurement or goods or works which is identified as the eligible expenditure, then that has to be delivered by the closing date. Okay? So now when we disperse the resources, it's based on achievement of results plus the expenditure incurred for the project. Now, some ACEs may have more expenditure. So we have paid already the results achieved. So that means some ACEs will have resources which will go beyond the project life. And they have fully documented on the expenditure which is required by the project. So in those cases, those resources belong to the government. And that's what I was referring to. Each center needs to discuss with their Ministry of Finance or the signatory of the loan on how best to use those resources going forward. However, if you have a project you have implemented, you may have achieved the results, but if you don't have equivalent expenditure, you may not be getting the full amount. So that's why I'm saying now, each center, because the cases could be different, please work with your financial management specialists. The principle being you are paid based on result, but also based on incurring of the equivalent amount of expenditure. So for your centers, agree with your FMSs and discuss with them what your agreed expenditure has been, how much have you spent and you will be spending by December 31st, and then how much resources you will be getting. Once those are reconciled, the payment that has gone to you will be the center's own resources. But you have to make sure by December 31st, whether it's goods, works, consultancy services, or whatever the eligible expenditure has been, that has to be properly met before the December 31st guideline. So maybe let me stop here.
Thank you so much, Meron. I think one more question from Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask this question about 31st of December and students. Assume a student who is in the system, almost finishing, but has one step to finish. And after that stage is subject to that student reaching that stage is when you pay maybe the last tranche of the money. Are you saying that we are supposed to pay all students by 31st, or any student who is not cleared in terms of payments of the students' research fund or something like that, then it's not eligible, even stipend? Or you cannot pay the student stipend after that date?
Thank you, Prof. Meron.
So may I kindly ask you what your eligible expenditure under the program is? What is your eligible expenditure?
No, I'm talking about a student's scholarship or support. And we pay-
Exactly, but
Yes,
I
and you-
understand your question, yes. But my question to you is, okay, let me take, for example, a center of excellence, which is implemented in Ethiopia, okay? So those center of excellences, the eligible expenditure is salary of the college, salary expenditure of the college. So every report they submit to us, they need to give us a report of the salary expenditure. By closing date, that salary expenditure is our eligible expenditure, okay? So for us, what we're asking them is by December 31st, that's the only salary expenditure we will accept. If it goes into January, February, it's not eligible for us. Now for your specific center, because I don't know which center it is and what the agreed expenditure framework is for that specific center, we have to understand what the eligible expenditure is. Because if it's similar like a salary one, just to give you an example, if it's similar like a salary expenditure, that salary is already paid by the government. So the money we're giving you is a reimbursement, yeah? So how you use that reimbursement money going forward beyond the project closing date is what you would have to agree with the government, Ministry of Finance, or whoever the recipient is, on how you could continue the implementation of the project. In most cases, it would stay with you, which means you would continue to pay for payments which you have to after fully documenting our expenditure. But then that is something that has to be agreed between the Ministry of Finance and the centers themselves, going beyond what to do with any remaining resources. But the eligible expenditure for us is the money you have spent by the closing date.
Thank you, Mayor. There is a question from Hans, yeah?
It's just a question on the eligible expenditure, because I know that normally when we are submitting the DLI or request for withdrawal in the IFM or interim financial, there are indications of salaries. But in principle, we are not financed or reimbursed that money from the bank to call it eligible expenditure. So it might be good to clarify that. I understand completely that when it comes to student costs, that is not part of, because that's what the centers budget to do their, to achieve their results. So could you clarify a bit eligible expenditure? Because I don't think there is a direct refund of money to the centers based on those.
Thank you, Hans. Yes, Meron.
Okay, so this is what we do. Now, for the eligible expenditures for each center, when you submit your interim financial reports, you submit the summary of those expenditures to us. And we keep that in our records. And when you achieve results, okay, you achieve DLI 1 or 2 or 3. When you achieve results, what we do is we compare the amount tagged to this result with the expenditure you have already reported for us, okay? So we will not be paying you a result, even if you have achieved it, without adequate expenditure being reported to us. So if that agreed eligible expenditure, that's why I'm kindly referring all of you to talk to your FMSs, because each country has a specific eligible framework. If that expenditure has been properly recorded and submitted to the bank, when we receive a result achievement, we compare with the expenditure. If you achieve a result of $1 million, unless you report to us a $1 million expenditure, we will not be paying it. If we have paid you, it means it's an advance. we're waiting for further documentation of expenditure. Okay, so that expenditure, if it was salary, you were reporting to us the salary. And that salary, we want it to be incurred by December 31st. So basically, what this program did is IPF with DLI, meaning we still need the expenditures as an additional layer, but we will pay you based on the result that you have achieved. So whatever that eligible expenditure is, please work with your FMSs to see if there is any under expenditure or if you are adequately covered. And whatever that expenditure is, by December 31st, you have to finalize those expenditures. If you are left over with additional money after documenting all the expenditures, that resource is the government's own resource, which can be used for implementation of the activities, but it has to be in agreement within the country context and within the Ministry of Finances in each country. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. As we move on to the next session, I think we'll have this last one from Dr. Jude.
Thank you very much. I'm just kind of concerned that the World Bank is proposing that all the remaining funds after the 31st of December should somehow be determined by the Ministry of Finance on how to use it. Because as we are aware, all these funds are reimbursements. You are being given money for activities you have carried out. And these activities have been carried out by the centers, not by the ministry. Now, suppose the ministry, for any reason, decides to take away that money. Where do you leave the center that has already carried out the activities, spent, actually pre-financed the activities, but then the funds are taken away by the Ministry of Finance? I was thinking that those funds should go directly to the centers to ensure that the centers complete all the remaining amounts of money they have to pay. There are so many, for example, service providers. There are so many students that need stipend, research fees, and so on and so forth, who actually would be at a very big loss if that money is taken back by the central government. Probably World Bank needs to think about this. Thank you.
Can I come in on this? Can you hear me?
You can.
Okay. So what happens after the project closes and how to use it and to decide would be, you know, of course, because there are activities which are already started. My understanding and expectation is that this will continue to be within the center. However, we as a bank, we don't have any say beyond the project closing date. And as a signatory of the financing agreement, as the recipient, then it's up to the government, which will be an internal discussion between the centers and the government. If the government allows the resources to stay there, we don't have much to say beyond that, because we have already paid for the reimbursements. We've already released the resources, and how these are going to be used per country will be the country's own mandate on how to use it. But we as a financial management team cannot prescribe beyond the project closing date how this money should be used. That's the point I wanted to make. Maybe from technical point of view, the task team leaders may have some contribution on this, but from financial management point of view, our responsibility would end once the project closes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Meron. And I think we'll have to bring this to a close as we move to the next session. We were supposed to have procurement, but during the discussion, Kumana made some supplement. So Meron, you're free. We can we're grateful and we end it there. Kuda
Thank you
and-
very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Meron.
Okay.
Kuda and Diana.
If
So we
there are
moving
any
on-
other questions, please share with us and we will communicate in writing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we're moving into environmental and social safeguards session. I think we have Kuda and Diana online. It will be Kuda and Diana. You can,
Yes,
you welcome
we-
make some brief remarks.
Hello, everyone. This is Diana. I'm Diana Sirma, environment specialist, and I have been supporting the ACES on the safeguard aspects. Yeah, maybe I'd also allow Kuda to introduce himself.
You're welcome, Diana.
Hello, colleagues. I hope you can hear me. This is Kuda Kwashe Dube, social development specialist, supporting the project. I'm based in Lusaka, Zambia. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Kuda. Thanks for.
Okay, thank you. So I'll hand over to Diana for intervention.
Okay, thanks, Kuda. And maybe just to add, I am from Kenya, and I've been supporting the Kenya ACES. And maybe just to begin, I would want to remind the team in the last mission, we had indicated that is in preparation for program closure. There are several aspects that we need to look into before closing the project. And just in summary, we highlighted that all the environment and social issues need to be addressed. The other aspect is to ensure all the complaints and grievances received and logged should be satisfactorily addressed, that is before project completion. And lastly, we requested the ACES that they need to share with us some key highlights and achievements of the project, drawing from what they have been carrying out in terms of implementation of the different project activities, such as construction, and also working with the students. So maybe I would want to stop at that, and maybe Kuda, you can add, and then we can open up to the team for any questions. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Diana. My input is based on the summaries that we received under the additional financing. So we received a summary update report from the additional financing participating institutions. And the recommendation that I want to give to the team is to follow the same template that has been used by other ACE institutions in the previous reporting, because this is a bit different and it misses some of the sort of compliance issues that we've been monitoring. But however, based on what has been shared, I see that there is some institutions, I see there is Aquafish, ACE, FAPP, who have not yet finalized their ESMPs. So we strongly recommend that, ESMPs should be in place prior to implementation of any activities that are associated with, the risk and impacts that, the ESMP is being prepared for, particularly, I think, related to civil works. And I know there are minor, there may be minor civil works in some of these institutions. So we strongly recommend that the team on the ground ensures that these documents are in place. I don't have much to say at this point, but what we want really to hear from you is, if there are any, key issues that you need our support, if there are any areas that you need, clarification or help. I know that you also have focal point social and environmental specialists in countries, so they are a huge resource. Also in Mozambique, there we have our colleagues from both environment and social. In all countries where these projects are implemented, they are at country office level, they are environment and social colleagues that are always available to support you in case you need any support from them. So I'll pause here, and I think Diana and I will be glad to provide any feedback and any support that you may need at this point. Over.
Thank you. Thank you, Kuda, and
Kuda and Diana for those short presents. I think there was a concern about aquafish. We've not your revised ESMP, as the Center for Agri-Food System. Do you know something to what said? Because no, you may want to
Thank you, Dixon. All I can say is that there was prior work to the document, and we'll revert to the person who was developing the ESMP document, and then we're hopeful that soon a solution is found, and we submit to IUCA as soon as possible. So we'll resolve that one.
Okay, thank you. Prof. Chiulele? Or someone from the Center for Agri-Food System? Anyone wants to say something about your revised ESMP? Okay. So Kuda, the team from Aquafish are working on their revised ESMP, and we expect to receive it. As well as the team from the center, the new center at Eduardo Molando University. I don't know if there is any other thing that you picked up from the report that you may want to share with the team.
Yeah, I have one last concern. This goes to all ACE teams and the secretariat as well. So without mentioning any institution, there was a complaint related to late disbursement of stipends. I think this is a recurring complaint ever since ever since I joined the project. I've been seeing this complaint recurring, but the one I'm referring to, without specifying the institution, is that then it was escalated as a grievance beyond the normal, grievance redress channels at the institutional level. So to be specific, it was escalated to our grievance redress services, which is, an accountability mechanism based in our head office in the US. So that was feedback was provided and further guidance was provided without also, because this is a confidential issue, without unpacking what was discussed. But what I just wanted to emphasize is the importance of ensuring that the grievance mechanisms at institutional levels are operational. Because in instances where students now choose to report directly to our head office, means that there is a problem at institutional level for them to be able to report and receive adequate, feedback and support in areas of concern that they may raise. And particular areas of concern are those related to stipends, delays in disbursement of stipends. So I strongly encourage all the institutions to ensure that they look in this aspect of delay in disbursement of stipends and ensure that there are ways and means to resolve those issues as and when they arise, because this has been a recurring issue. Ideally, we treat every complaint as a learning curve. Like if there's a recurring complaint within an institution, it should be a learning for the institution to improve, the way they are functioning. So that's one. The other one is just to ensure that the complaints mechanisms that have been set up are functional. Because although we do not discourage, or we don't also encourage, submission of complaints directly to our head office, it's a mechanism that is available, but it also shows that the ones at an institutional level or at a local level are not fully functional. So I urge the team to ensure that they inform students of their available channels to air their grievances, and also the institutions should also ensure that those channels are working so that students have confidence in accessing them. Otherwise, we may continue to be in a situation where issues are escalated, and it keeps everyone up and running now, trying to to get to the bottom of the case in terms of why the student didn't report at the school, and also what's happening in terms of the issues that they have raised. So this is one point that I wanted to raise. I hope it's clear to everyone. Over.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's clear. And maybe as we were looking at the revised ESMPs, we noticed there was some aspect of the sub-plans not being included. Maybe you want to also briefly highlight on that, but also we realize more emphasis still being put on civil works, more of environmental aspect, and the social risk part of the ESMP needs possibly more strengthening, just like the GRM.
Yeah, you are correct on that one. I don't know if Diana has any input to that, but we do encourage teams to strengthen both the environment and the social aspects in the SMP. And as I said, in any case, if you need support, the colleagues in the countries are there to help in in drafting the. They could advise in how the ESMP could be finalized, particularly in terms of the areas that may need strengthening. So I don't know if Diana, if you have any intervention to this. Over.
Okay, thanks, Kuda. And I concur with what we've already mentioned. It depends on the nature of the activity. So it may be a simple ESMP, but if in case there is need to have any additional instrument that needs to be prepared, it is important for the SS to reach out to the respective ENS specialists at the different countries so that they are well guided based on the sub-projects that are being implemented. Yeah, I would add that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Diana. And anything from any other person? I think that's all from us here. We can conclude the session, I think, as that. Thank you, Kuda, and thank you, Kumana. Diana, for your time. And
I may want to come in. This is Diana.
Yes, Diana.
I happened to join in during the session under procurement, and one of the discussions that were there, we take note that there are some of the ACEs who are still implementing sub-projects that is under, they're still doing some construction activities. And one of the things I got from the procurement team, to some extent, there's need to have like internal arrangements to ensure that all works that will be done after project closure are well supervised, because we have the safeguard instruments that were prepared. And one of the key requirements is to ensure that there's the implementation, or rather there's monitoring to ensure implementation of the ESMPs. To ensure the implementation of the ESMPs. So I think that is a key thing, and it is good for the SS to share with the respective ENS officers, especially where we have ongoing investments which are, that is the list of ongoing investments which are there. And at the same time, the other aspect is on grievances. In between, as we review the different sub-projects, at least we may find that there is one or two grievances which are still outstanding. And it's important to make sure that, really there's a follow-up that is before December 31st to, as much as possible, close out on any pending grievances. And just in case it's not closed out by 31st December, where we have the grace period, it's important to make sure that all those issues are addressed. But the main thing here is about documentation of some of these outstanding safeguard aspects so that we are able to follow up and make sure that we close the project appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. I think we've taken note. Dr. Joseph wants to say something.
Thank you very much. IUCA has done a big effort in promoting institutions to do the ESMP. Last year, they even held a course in Uganda and they gave the formats of how this should be. There should be photography. I wanted to share that for Uganda Matters University, we procured a hostel, and the people that were monitoring its renovation are the people who did for us the ESMP. They came to check air quality, safety of the students. And it so happens that many universities do not consider this. As they were doing the courtesy call, they went to the Deputy Vice Chancellor's office. And there's a new block being built for the law school at Uganda Matters University. All the things that they mentioned had not been considered for this law block. We want to check the fire assembly point. They seem obvious, but they are not obvious. So why I'm mentioning this is to underscore the fact that you need to take the issues of the ESMP very seriously. And somehow there's no DLI on it. But these documents are usually asked for and some centers hand in late, but it's very, very serious. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I was just sharing.
Thank you for the lesson from Uganda Matters. Kuda, any closing part?
Yes, my last point is I commend what IUCA CEA has done in terms of, building the capacity of the ACs to prepare ESMPs and broadly on E&S, environment and social safeguards issues. So I would then recommend for the additional financing institutions that IUCEA should, continue to provide that capacity strengthening to the institutions. Refresher courses, refresher trainings on various aspects of safeguards, including even preparation of ESMPs. And I want to reiterate that we have teams that are there to support if it's a training or if advice on this. So we are ready to support, but it would be good to continually provide that capacity building, and we commend the effort that has been done so far. So that's my last point, and thank you very much, colleagues. I don't know if Diana has any last words. Over.
Thank you, Kuda. Grateful to the team, and just to let them know we are available to support in case of any issues related to safeguards. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Diana and Kuda, for the session. So we move to the last session for this operation, disbursement processes. Is Carlos online?
Hi, Dixon. I don't see Carlos. I'll follow up with him quickly, otherwise we can conclude.
Okay, thank you. I think we had one more session left on disbursement processes, but since Carlos is not online, and maybe let's wait a bit for feedback from Morshil. In case Carlos is unable to join, then we can reschedule as we discuss a similar session tomorrow.
Hi, Dixon. I don't think Carlos can connect today, so maybe we can reschedule it or take questions related to disbursement procedures and send it to him. So I'll check with him and update you.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll hand over back to Dr. Jonathan. Thank you so much for the session. And
Yeah, I want to invite Anna to say something before we close. Anna, can you close this session?
Thank you very much. You want me to do? I think it was quite a day. We can say that the day was productive in the sense that we are here all together trying to gain knowledge on the different areas that actually constitute the main interventions of our centers and perhaps some of the greatest challenges that we are facing. I think Professor Gulambai, our Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan there also, Dr. Idris, Moses also posed some interesting questions. Some of you challenged some of the assumptions on the process moving forward. But I think the most important thing in this moment is that we really managed to bring us together and keep the focus on what we really want to go. That is make the last mile that is required to make this project a success and make sure that in doing so, we hopefully will find many other ways to continue and to support you towards the sustainability of the many success stories we already managed to achieve. So with this note, I would say, let's go for a break after a very long, productive day. And if you agree with us, tomorrow morning at 8:30, we join in this room and we try to make it as efficient as today. I think today we managed to keep on the time. We did so many things together, great presentations from the countries, from the presenters, major good questions. And thank you to Professor Gulambai and Jonathan for really leading and sharing these sessions. Thank you very much. And also to the moderators of the different sessions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. You're allowed to go, please.
Hello?
Defense. So, by the way, strategically, we admitted most of our PhD students during the first installment because we wanted to make sure that they finish within the project period. So 21 of our PhD students were admitted during the first cohort. Then after that, we took smaller numbers.
Marta Kademu is a researcher at Ethiopian Environment.
Bon dia. Bon dia. I'm I'm Immaculate, and I'd like to inform you that our evening tea is ready. Please don't go without it. Thank you.
Nice to hear you. Nice to hear you. Yeah, very nice. No, we always sing the same thing. Very nice. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o Centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia, para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, e após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como Centro de Excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como Centro de Excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane, criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o Centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, e após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, e após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, que após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, e após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia, para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017, o Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás tem se notabilizado na realização de pesquisas relevantes para o desenvolvimento do país e na formação de quadros altamente qualificados na área de petróleo e gás. Sendo uma unidade da UEM, o centro trabalha igualmente com outras instituições externas, como a Universidade Lúrio, o Parque de Ciência e Tecnologia de Maluana, entre outros. Como centro de excelência, continuamos focados no cumprimento da nossa visão de ser referência e modelo a nível nacional, regional e internacional, em pesquisa e inovação nas áreas de ciências, engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás.
Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Educação, excelência e inovação.
O Centro Regional de Excelência em Estudos de Engenharia e Tecnologia de Petróleo e Gás é uma unidade orgânica de investigação da Universidade Eduardo Mondlane. Criado em 2016 e com financiamento do Banco Mundial, visa essencialmente assistir o país e a região no desenvolvimento da capacidade nacional e regional na área de engenharia e tecnologia de petróleo e gás, bem como contribuir para o incremento do conteúdo local nos projetos do setor. Desde a criação do centro, diversas atividades têm sido desenvolvidas com destaque para a formação de quadros ao nível de pós-graduação e no apoio à capacidade institucional das diferentes unidades orgânicas da UEM e não só. É neste âmbito que o centro contribuiu para o apetrechamento do laboratório de simulação e perfuração de poços para apoiar na pesquisa e no ensino na área de petróleo e gás ao nível da África Austral. O laboratório surge da necessidade de melhoria das condições de formação de quadros para o setor petrolífero ao nível da região, dotando-os de conhecimentos práticos. Ao nível de mestrado na área de petróleo e gás, o centro já graduou estudantes provenientes de países como Ruanda, Uganda, Etiópia e Malawi, e após a formação retornaram aos locais de proveniência. Nos seus esforços de criação da capacidade institucional, o centro ofereceu em 2022 um software para análise de dados à Faculdade de Economia, para reforçar o curso de mestrado em gestão de hidrocarbonetos. Na UEM, o centro assiste tecnicamente os cursos de mestrado de Engenharia de Petróleo, mestrado de Engenharia de Processamento de Hidrocarbonetos, mestrado em Saúde, Segurança e Meio Ambiente, com enfoque na área de petróleo e gás. Desde 2017,